Call the roll.
Mayor Huseman.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Madera.
Present.
Councilmember Davis. Present. Councilmember Noble.
Present.
Councilmember Hurst. Councilmember Grimes.
Present.
Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum. And as a reminder, council, please unmute your microphones for the broadcast and recording. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. At this time, looking for a motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the
I have a
motion.
motion and a second to excuse the member not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We're going to start this evening with a presentation on the 2023 Draft Work Plan Review. We'll invite Trenton Robinson, Management Analyst, to give the presentation.
Trenton has had a family emergency and unforeseeably cannot be here, so I will be covering this conversation. Okay? Go ahead. Okay, so today we're going to take a look at that work plan. This is an outcome of work that you guys already did at the winter retreat. So it takes all of your major priorities that you set at that particular time, and we've put it together in this actual draft of a work plan for you to respond to. A lot of the language in this will look similar to work that you have done in the past, so any sort of word tweaking, additions, deletions, whatever is certainly up to you tonight. Go ahead. Okay, so we worked, if you guys remember, we worked with a facilitator who came on in, and they actually worked on a strategic plan. And having that level of a strategic plan, it's the first time we've really had one at that level in a while. I mean, we have various strategic plans out there, but this one took a look at some of the major items that you wanted to see. And so from that strategic plan, we have gone ahead and drafted a work plan for you, which is, of course, is in your packet. And this will, the strategic plan actually looks at some of your long-term projects. So a strategic plan is pretty typically a 3 to 5 year product. And that permits us to do a work plan year to year to keep in alignment with your ongoing longer-term goals. Work plan is going to function the same way as the work plans that you have seen in the past. We have a draft of the strategic plan, but we're not bringing that necessarily tonight. It is work, again, that you guys did at the retreat. Today, we're looking at the actual work plan for you, just at the top few levels. Looking for your feedback. So this is what the structure of our work plan is. So we have our strategic priorities. That sets, and those are things that you actually have come up with. Then goals, which are also your goals. We're not going to be going into objectives or strategies tonight. Those are more the lower level types of things that staff does in alignment with the work that you will take a look at that we brought for you to respond to tonight. So each one of the goals, you're going to see a couple of different slides. That first slide is going to be what the strategic priority is, and it will identify structurally working on down as to how we actually got to various work plan statements. And again, we're looking for your feedback and your guidance on the vision for your 2023 work plan. Okay, before we move forward, any thoughts or questions? All right, we'll keep moving forward. So the strategic priority 1 that you all developed and decided upon at the retreat is economic development. And underneath that, we have goal 1, which is promoting a balanced, thriving, and inclusive city economy that cultivates, attracts, and retains business. These are the objectives, that next level down, that we are looking at tonight. So again, there's data. We've changed terminology a little bit. The data underneath this is the strategies. It's the individual items that we do. We're not going to go through those tonight. So objective number 1 is identifying and developing a regional active generator with an S. The second one is revising city plans and codes as needed to achieve your vision. The third is to become a leader in renewable energy and manufacturing. And the fourth that we captured from the retreat is creating a town center design and development plan for destination live, work, and play areas at the 104th Avenue, Tower Road, 72nd Avenue, RTD light rail stations, downtown Derby area, and Victory Crossing. We have some choices here. We can either quickly go through this and then see if there's anything you might want to adjust after we've gone through it, or we can look at them individually. But if you're good, I'll just keep going through it, and then we'll backtrack where you might have thoughts and questions. Does that work for you? Yes? Okay, thanks. Let's go on to the next one. So this one is the second one that you have identified as public safety. The goal there is to protect residential health, safety, and education by promoting public safety, environmental health, and sustainability. The identified objectives under that we have come up with is increase investment in law enforcement, include provisions for fire safety and land development code, become a model city for public safety using best practices, support the growth and evolution of the police department, and improve the efficiency of public safety services through technology. The third is infrastructure and transportation. That goal is develop and maintain public infrastructure, facilities, and transportation to improve community appearance and encourage continued development, with the objectives being connect trail systems and pedestrian networks to address equity and diverse points of interest along north-south and east-west corridors, develop a clear definition of public improvements for development, redevelopment negotiations to support an appropriate level of infrastructure maintenance, and leverage infrastructure and transportation to support the needs of a diverse, fiscally, economically, and environmentally sensitive interconnected city. The fourth is under housing. And under that, the goal is to address a full spectrum of housing needs, encourage sustainable development, and protect residents through enhanced oversight and balanced residential growth. Those objectives are identifying creative methods to encourage focused housing growth and create distinctive and balanced housing solutions in a sustainable neighborhoods, support the growth of the city using a net zero approach strengthened by amendments to the building code that encourage the use of sustainable materials, and then addressing a full spectrum of housing needs, homelessness to affordable market rate through creative initiatives to accommodate quality of living and demand with a balanced solution. The next one is recreation, which is promoting city unity and support our diverse community by encouraging community connectivity, fostering civic pride, and improving resident health and wellness. Two objectives there: develop a large citywide park that creates an opportunity to connect the core city and northern range, and create environment venues that are adjacent to or within city parks to create a lively city where people can work, play, and shop. Now, this last one, we're calling it high-performing government, that contains a lot of the internal service stuff. And during the retreat, this was not an area that we focused because the strategic plan is focusing more on those sorts of things that are external facing, the things that you would like to accomplish over the next 3 to 5 years. So this is one that is very much like what you have seen in the current year work plan that we're now calling the high-performing government. And so goal 6 is to remain on the forefront of managerial best practices through strong stewardship of public funds, being an employer of choice, and providing technologically innovative and transparent public services. So underneath that, these are very close to ones that you have seen in the past from internal services. Secure a sustainable financial future and act as good stewards of public funds. Be an employer of choice that encourages diversity, safety, and innovation in the workplace. Leverage technological systems that increase efficiency and effectiveness in the organization, and acting in a transparent and accountable manner. So you should recognize those from the 2021 and 2022 work plans as well. That's our last slide. Yes, okay, thank you. So with that, I can open the floor to you all. I don't know if you want to go back through any individual.
Councilmember Noble.
Thank you for that presentation. It does show a couple of gaps in the system that we went through with the facilitator, only because we were allowed a certain number of dots. And once those dots ran out, there was nothing you could do about it. So at the moment, if we could go back to goal 2. So goal 2 says promoting public safety, environmental health, and sustainability. Could you go to the objectives now? Thank you. There isn't anything as an objective that refers to environmental health or sustainability. It's all public safety. So we're going to have to do something to fix that. I don't know why it didn't end up with any dots.
Do you have that somewhere?
There are some of us who would definitely dot
I'm going to let DCM
more
Rogers.
environmental health things. Pardon me?
I'm going to let DCM Rogers respond to that. Thank you.
Yeah. And then on goal 6, goal 6 is good, except to remain is not a goal. So you want to be, headed towards something. A goal is when you're headed towards something. So I think we need a different way of expressing that beginning part. As I don't want to say necessarily become, but it's not remain either. So if we can have a more active verb in there that makes it a goal, that would be great.
Thank you.
I don't have my thesaurus with me. Thanks.
I don't know. We do have John here, so he says he'll think about that. If you remember last year, John did magic on the fly.
So,
Thank you.
very quickly, ma'am, great question about goal 2 with respect to environmental health and sustainability. Based on what was at the time drafted by the facilitator, captured by the comments from council, there wasn't necessarily, I believe, a specific, I'll say, particular objective around environmental sustainability under public safety. But what we've applied and will be with respect to the strategies level is that in objective 2.3, become a model city for public safety using best practices. We looked at it from a staff perspective to be broad ranging enough to be inclusive of environmental health and sustainable efforts. And then when we started to take just in further of that, when we looked at the other goals, each one of those goals also is then picking up a various component that could tie back into this through either housing, through infrastructure, recreation, that talks about that environmentally sensitive, environmental health. So we also didn't want to water it down to an extent, but also wanted to be broad-based. So that was our approach, not meaning that we can't go back and think about where to massage some of these objectives, but that was our initial thinking when we were bringing this forward to you all.
Given that goal 2, 2 of the 3 have to do with more environmental and sustainability things. 2 of the 3 in that series in the clause. If Dylan could go back to that goal again, please. Thanks. Promoting public safety, environmental health, and sustainability. 2 of those, environmental health and sustainability, I think are not getting enough attention by far, and I don't think that single objective says it at all. I think under objectives, maybe there's 5 or 6 objectives, and they're all something to do with public safety. 5. So it really needs to be massaged. I do think it's nothing to do with staff. It has to do with the process that the facilitators used with the dots. And so we wound up with a goal that's floating out there without objectives, and I don't know how we fix that, but it's most certainly a conversation that we had because you used environmental in goal 1, I believe.
Correct. So if it's the will of the body, we have no issues going back and taking a stab at crafting another objective if that's what this body is supportive of. We're more than willing to do that.
Yes, that would be great because some of these could be combined. Also support the growth and evolution of the police department would also dovetail with increased investment in law enforcement. They're kind of the same.
Sounds like a plan. We can go back, take a look at 2.1, 2.4, and we can also look at adding one more specific about our environmental initiatives efforts that we have underway and ongoing in support of that objective and just giving that goal.
Important because we already invested $350,000 in environmental consultants, and we don't want that effort overlooked.
Thank you.
Any other comments or feedback for staff? Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. I would also agree with that. Maybe you could add in something about protecting air and water quality or addressing those issues. And then also, I think the mental health part is also a really important part of it, aside from the physical health. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll definitely look at that as well.
Yeah, just as you guys bring it back, because I think goal 2 really just shows what the council as a majority was, interested in promoting. This year we realized that we have a problem that needed to be addressed, and so I think those objectives that we set were very much to emphasize that. So I think it is the process, right? You have to prioritize and set what you want to be your priorities. So if you guys are going to change that, it's just ask that you guys bring it back and have the council as a whole make sure
Absolutely.
that we're okay with it.
That would be our intent.
Thanks.
I would just add to Councilman Madeira's comments, this is a conversation we have often, that the more things that become a priority, the less things are a priority. And so I would just agree with the sentiment that this was obviously the majority of council's priorities when these were set during that session. So agree, we certainly want to see anything that you are considering adding.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I would just like to add also on piggybacking on Councilmember Douglas's comment, I think it's really important as well to focus somewhere in there in the environment and water as well. Thank you.
Seeing none, is that all we have?
That's it for this topic.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks all.
Sure.
I thought the facilitators were going to give us a report after our retreat.
We do have a report there. We're still tweaking a few things on it, which is why I made a comment earlier that we have the draft of it, but we're still tweaking a couple of things.
But the facilitators were providing a report.
Yes, they did.
We haven't received that report.
We have it. We're making them get it to a point where we would want to present it to you. It's close. We're just dotting some I's, crossing some T's.
Okay, why would you be the intermediary when they were going to provide us a report?
It's just things like, cleaning up specific wording, that nothing major. We're not changing any content within it at all. Formatting.
Well,
It is very close at this point.
I'd like to see the original too.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, anything else on this subject? All right, thank you very much for the presentation and the update. All right, this time I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session regarding the city attorney recruitment pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub-parentheses F and G, for the purpose of reviewing and discussing applications and materials related to candidates for the position of city attorney, which are documents protected by the mandatory non-disclosure provision of the Colorado Open Record Act. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to enter executive session for the purpose stated. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. All right, I'm also looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session for pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub parentheses F, for the purpose of discussing the employment status and the mid-year evaluation of the city manager, pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub parentheses F and I, the employee who is the subject of the executive session for personal matters may request that the matter instead be addressed in open session. City Manager Tinklinburg, is it your desire that this matter be addressed in open session?
The answer to that question depends on an answer that I need from you. And that is, will I be given the opportunity to, number one, know what the charges are against me, and number two, have the opportunity to respond to those?
Mr. Hayter?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. At this point, I think the question is, would Mr. Tinklinburg, City Manager Tinklinburg, like the matter to be addressed in open session? I think it's a yes or no question. And I obviously I can't speculate as to what was previously occurred in executive session. So I'm not in a position to even address Mr. Tinklinburg's question, but I think the matter here is whether or not he wants it to be an open session.
In that case, let's do this in open session.
Okay. All right, we're going to go into executive session for approximately 30 minutes to discuss the city attorney recruitment process, and we'll be back to deal with the other subject afterwards. Is out of our executive session concerning the city attorney recruitment process. We'll now move on to our next agenda item, which is the discussion regarding the employment status and mid-year performance review of City Manager Tinklinburg. This time, does anybody have a statement or comment that they would like to make? Councilmember Grimes?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session and to invite Mr. Tinklinburg to be a part of that conversation.
Okay, I have a motion to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses F, for the purpose of discussing the employment status and the mid-year evaluation of the city manager, pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses F and I, the employee who, we'll get to that in 1 second. Do I have a second? All right, I have a motion and a second to enter executive session for that purpose. Pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, subparentheses F and I, the employee who is the subject of the executive session for personal matters may request that the matter instead be addressed in open session. City Manager Tinklinburg, is it your desire that this matter be addressed in open session now that you know that you will be invited into the executive session?
I believe he stepped out of the room for just a moment. If we could pause, we can figure out the answer to that question.
Okay.
I understand he's just grabbing his computer and he'll be right back. Good evening. A motion was made and seconded to invite you into the executive session if you would like to do that, as opposed to having the meeting and the performance review and employment status addressed in open session. So the question to you at this point is whether you would be amenable to joining City Council in executive session.
I am.
All right, have a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, sub parentheses F, for the purpose of discussing the employment status and the mid-year evaluation of the city manager. Is there any discussion? I know in the past we have used a full council for sessions like this. Today, Councilmember Hurst did send an email stating that he is okay with us going into this executive session without his presence and trusts the council to move forward in the right direction. Councilmember Grimes.
Just one question. Should we need to take action? Did he voice a direction if we end up on a hung vote?
He did not,
Okay, I suppose we cross that bridge.
when we come. Okay, seeing no other requests for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries unanimously. We are estimated to be in executive session for the period of about 1 hour and 15 minutes, and we'll be back after that. Everybody? Okay. All right, the city council is out of executive session. Right now, I need a motion and a second to extend the automatic adjournment time of the meeting by 1 hour. Yes, sir.
So just a point of order here, because we're still operating under the current ordinance that hasn't been revised yet, the motion has to come at the end of the meeting, which means at right about 10 o'clock this evening, and then we can only extend still for 1/2 hour increments.
Right, but because the way that the script is written, it says that I need to do it now before we go to a study session. Because we don't vote in study sessions.
Well, you don't take formal action in study section. So extending a meeting, however, is not action on an item such as, approving a resolution or ordinance or something of that nature. So I would still say it needs to wait until during the study session. And when the time comes study session, you would then extend the study session.
Then I will withdraw my request for a motion and adjourn the special meeting of the City Council and call the study session to order. Tonight, we're going to have 2 presentations for our study session. The first is going to be on the comprehensive plan update for character areas and land use. The second will be a 2023 preliminary budget session. I'm going to invite Steve Timms, the planning manager, to give the first presentation on the comprehensive plan update.
Mr. Mayor, could we have 5 minutes to set up and have planning commission move over here? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Apologize.
All right, looks like everybody is in position. Thank you to everybody on the Planning Commission for coming out and joining us this evening. Appreciate your participation in this joint session and joint dialogue that's going forward. Mr. Tolbert, the floor is yours.
Considering, thank you, that it's a little late, we're going to try to be brief and go through things. We appreciate the Planning Commission joining. We're here tonight to talk about the character areas and the corridors. This is getting to be a key part of the plan. And nothing's been finalized. This is in generalities. We want to make sure that y'all don't have any concerns about the direction we're going, so that we can continue to move forward and move towards completion of the plan. Since we were last with you, we've had a couple of meetings with the Citizens Advisory Committee that have been worked very, very well. We've gotten a lot of good information. We've met with the community at the first concert in the park. We've had other sessions at the rec centers, and we had a session for developers last week so that they could actually see and begin to see these things. So what we bring you tonight, again, is there's nothing final. It's all still in the early stages of this, but we think we've moved it along far enough now just to have a good conversation, and so we hope we can do that tonight. And Steve and Jennifer will walk you through the details of it.
Thanks, Jim. So a little bit of the agenda tonight. We just want to review with y'all some of the recent activities we've done. And then we do have a little interactive for you all. We do have some updates and some maps that we do want you to look at and think about and give us some feedback, if you will, on the basic framework. And then we'll conclude with next steps on where we go, which will be kind of the goals and objectives of the plan and things like that. So an important part coming up as we go early into the fall. So these development of character areas, basically the future land use map of the city. So how we want the city to develop in a perfect world long term. And so this goes back from the beginning of the plan and the project in terms of some of those issues that have been identified from the very beginning. And so you'll see some of those within the maps that are presented tonight. And then we have our existing future land use plan map over here on the right. That's the one that's currently in effect right now. But you'll see how tonight's kind of prototype, if you will, is similar but also different than that. Key choices feedback, we were working on that with the community in the spring, so there's input from that. Ongoing public engagement, whether that's online, whether it's in person. And then, of course, the Citizens Advisory Committee has been critical in terms of their work and their guidance and things like that. Also the Technical Advisory Group, Staff Working Group, and then a Development Community Open House that Jim just spoke of too. So we have been going to the music in the park. We went to the first one at the Veterans Park. We're going this Thursday as well to Frontera Park. But those are always a great opportunity to get feedback from the various citizens within the community as well. And very positive feedback so far in general. The Developer Open House was done on July 29th, and we did present these maps to them and some of the commercial priority areas and the connected corridors that we'll show you tonight. And there was general support for the direction and the framework approach. So a review of maps. Jennifer, you're going to update this particular section, I think.
Hello, good evening. So we have a variety of maps for you to see tonight, so we just wanted to provide a little bit of background and kind of reminder of how we got here and where we are. I think Steve mentioned, right, what we're calling the character areas land use map is essentially the new future land use map. It's a little bit more modern version. Those areas that were identified are similar in terms of their form, function, and feel. So I think you'll kind of see that when you take a look at those different areas. And you'll see when you look at these charts back here in just a minute, you'll see that it's basic information. It's certainly not all of the details. Those will be coming. But we wanted to present this framework to you and get your feedback on that before we get into those details. Like I said, if you all are comfortable with this general direction, coming up next would be the development of goals and objectives, which would further refine what all of those details mean for the map. And then to supplement the character area map, we've developed, and it's still in draft form, but we've developed a commercial priority areas map. And so it's a supplement to that. When you look at the character areas map, you'll see that they are open in terms of they have a variety of land uses allowed with primary uses and secondary uses. So the intent of that commercial priority areas map is to really identify those nodes and those corridors where commercial will be especially important. And then there'll be goals and objectives to follow up with that. So, the type of feedback we're hoping to get from you all tonight is, what's your general response? How do you feel about the names of the districts that were developed through the Citizens Advisory Committee and other feedback? How do you feel about the boundaries? And then in addition to those maps, over here behind the director, you'll see the connected corridors map. And so we have so many important corridors in our city. A few of the key ones were identified for particular review and some improvement strategies. And so those are identified. And so we'll be looking at those. And then we have a few, there's a list of those that were identified. Again, there are certainly other corridors. Right following this would be a transportation master plan and things like that where we could get into those more details. But these 3 highlighted corridors were identified by our Citizens Advisory Group as the top priorities. So that'll be important as we move forward. So now we want to give you the opportunity to get up, take a look around. You're welcome to mark on any of the boards. There's some room for comments, questions, and then Steve and myself will be back at the boards as well to help answer questions about how they were developed and what the different things mean. Again, it's a very basic framework, but we're excited to hear what you all think. How are we doing? Yeah, 20 minutes, I think, ish.
That's okay.
So what they're working on transit-oriented development regulation that allows for certain uses in R3 of a commuter rail station. We borrow the definition of commuter rail station from R3. And then allow that as a use subject to certain regulations, certain uses with regulations within that zone in R3. Since that's the only commuter rail station we have. That's our place for the regulation that allows the ancillary uses. If a future commuter rail station it's out there as well. It's kind of like you can't regulate Walmart, you can regulate retailers that are bigger than a certain number of square footage with a gross income of whatever, and then you're the only person who applies to.
You just did. I have to go more open ended. So if you're interested, okay. I still need to do it. Okay, it's just on the way. I gotta do it. Yeah. Okay. You're changing my I know there's a lot that says and there's nothing wrong with it. Well, what I know is if there's a way to get that or it's been for the last 20 years, you know, and so why did they actually curse names out of it. I'm like, God, this is not neighborly or whatever. It's like, so, so when people call me ridiculous, I'm not asking you to do that because I don't feel it would be right. I'm not asking you to do that. It's upsetting. This work is not you're but I am not standing here asking you to do that because fair enough. Fair enough. They're using police force to go ahead. But I also don't want you to get in this position. If I put a collective thing that's going to take place, fair enough. I'll see if it works out. I don't know. Size of the package. I know it's not religious. And the thing is, there is going to be never a focus on it. Kind of one way through there, too far to the rock. And so they're showing me pictures of this. And I see because there's a little way in this new house. You were to facilitate you being able to do it, and especially in that time. And so you're already short frontages and it's under union, and so you got all of your union rights. So they're going to be hurt. I got to say, my wife and we love the house we live in. The house we live in. That's part of why we bought it in the neighborhood. And respectful people also. Christian never know tomorrow. I like to work with the faith. But they consider those. I'm sorry. We even at the house that I've that's what I need. So I can go in there. The cars can go where they're supposed to go. That's what I'm telling you what you're going to It's called getting out of Colorado, moving to Texas, no longer paying property tax, no longer paying income tax. So I have to
1 second. They want to do CA.
They are. Oh, yeah.
Trying to get them to do it, but I'm not having much luck.
If I could have everyone's attention, if you all want to gather back, we'll do next steps whenever you all are ready. I don't know if I want to say that, but. Thank you all for your thoughts and your initial feedback. I was able to answer some questions at a couple of stations. I know Jennifer and other staff. Does anyone have any questions or comments for the whole group before I talk about the next steps and what we're doing? Okay. All right, so the next steps, what we're going to do is we're going to continue to refine this. As Jennifer said, this is just meant to be a very high-level framework on the approach. Over the fall, we're going to, with the community, is dive in and get more detailed on those maps and those charts. And then what happens is all the information to date captured and will continue to be captured, that will then start being processed into draft goals and objectives. And so staff will be back before you all this fall, late September, early October, with some kind of the next steps in terms of a more refinement of this, but also then some goals and objectives as well. So as we continue to advance the plan, those will be some great next steps for us. So I believe with that, that concludes staff's presentation on that. Yes, ma'am?
Is there a possibility of taking tours of the different?
Sorry about that. So my question was, is there a possibility of taking tours so that we can actually get a hands-on feel for what the area is like and what is there and what could be there? And I'm just more of a visual person. I like to be there and to really reflect on what's there and what could be.
Sure. No, we appreciate that. There's absolutely opportunities for tours, and we've done this before. We actually have now staff that's licensed to drive our big vehicles as well. So we can certainly work with the CMO's office to help plan some of those. Absolutely. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Are there any other questions from council or the Planning Commission? No? Okay, well, thank you all for being with us. Thank you, Planning Commission, for spending the evening with us, and thank you, staff, for putting this together. We're going to move on to our 2023 preliminary budget session. We'll invite Kathy Blakeman, the acting city manager, to give the presentation.
Where's Cheryl? Good evening again. I am actually going to go ahead and pass this along to Cheryl at this particular point. She's going to give you some information on historically what it is that y'all have done here to get to the point we are today and what some of our future steps are going forward. With that, I'll just go ahead and pass it over to you, Cheryl.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to start out first by recognizing my team in the back here. So Teresa Wilson is our Deputy Finance Director. Some of you have met her. Chris Johnson is one of our budget and performance analysts. And Pam Young is new to the city. She joined us in May, so I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to meet her. Each analyst is assigned departments and work with them throughout the months and the years to provide monthly financial reports, as well as, really go through their line items and know their book of business and answer any questions. They attend various meetings with departments at departments' requests and try to keep them informed about not only what's going on in the day-to-day budget, but also as we get started on the budget process. So just wanted to make sure you met them and understood their role with the city. So I will jump in. I know there's a lot of material. Hope you've had an opportunity to see that in your packet. I will continue to move through, but certainly want to answer any questions that you have. The budget process is a long process. We have been working on it since the beginning of the year, quite honestly. This is the first opportunity we've had to bring budget information to you. We have additional meetings scheduled the 5th or the 22nd to bring follow-up items to you, and then September 12th is when we hold the annual budget retreat, and that's kind of the culmination of the budget process and where we ask you to make final decisions so that we can then take those and refine the numbers and bring back the final budget to you on October 17th when we have you open the public hearings for the city budget, the 3 GIDs, and the URA. And then on November 7th is the final opportunity to have those questions answered, answer any questions that the public may have or that they have asked, and then ask you to adopt the budget for the 2023 year. So that's what the schedule looks like. And then we'll jump right in here. So some of these characteristics don't change much throughout each year, but we use GFOA, the criteria of the policy document, operation guide, and the financial plan. We try to establish linkage to the city council and other organizational goals. Earlier this evening, you talked about the 2023 work plan, so we want to make sure that the budget requests and the items that we get put into the budget align with those goals, and we're going to be able to carry those out. It follows decision-making focused on our desire to meet outcomes and priority service area needs. It has a focus on the continued awareness of what kind of impacts we had from the pandemic and any changing economic factors. And then it promotes effective communication within and for our stakeholders. Some of the key considerations this year that were different than previous years is we established base budgeting several years ago, and what that was intended to do is work with the departments to identify what is the base amount of money that they need to cover the operations of their budget. Then as you approve requests, we make the determination each year if that request has an ongoing impact, therefore will increase the base in the next year, or if that is just a one-time cost that we would subtract. So this year we went through and did a thorough analysis again of base budgeting. We had not done that in a couple years. And with the pandemic, we wanted to make sure that we were looking at that. When we determined how we were going to look at the base, we actually pulled out 2020 numbers because we didn't believe that presented a fair reflection of what would have happened in a normal operating year. So my staff took the first stab at refining those base budgets and basically looking at the average of the years to see whether there was an increase or decrease needed. Then my staff went out and met with the departments very specifically, went through all of their line items and really had that collaborative and interactive discussion with them to determine, do you agree with the analysis that was done? Some of those line items were adjusted for anomalies that happen within the departments that perhaps my staff was not aware of. And then they set that base that will be their base going on until we do an analysis again in a couple of years. We reviewed and evaluated and prioritized the budget requests that came in, and tonight we're making those recommendations to you. Again, knowing that we have had those very thorough discussions with directors and their staff about those requests and the priorities that they have within their departments. We always want to evaluate and prioritize the capital needs and make sure that we are strategically investing in our capital projects. We want to maintain effective employee compensation and benefits so that we can continue to attract and retain high-quality employees. And then we wanted to finalize the draft of this 2023 budget using the available resources that we have and continue to operate in a very fiscally responsible way. Our fund balance, as you know from the 2021 year-end financial statement presentation, our fund balances are healthy. We recommend continued conservative approach to spending and saving. The 2023 city manager recommendations use about $2.4 million, just over, in fund balance to cover the requests that we have made a preliminary yes to. Majority of those are for one-time expenditures. Some additions to the base were included for contractual increases as my staff worked with departments to go through that process. The internal service funds, which is comprised of our fleet, IT, and facilities departments, were preliminarily updated, but those allocation numbers are going to be subject to change as we incorporate the budget requests that we'll be talking to you tonight. And then the initial budget requests started out at about $11.7 million. I'm sorry, the recommendation of the city manager is that we include $11.7 million of the requests that came in. So the 2023 budget requests are those items that are on top of the base budget. So that's the long list of items that you saw in the packet. Yes.
Will you just clarify, back up one slide? On the budget request, 11.7, and then it says recommendation is 8. Is that correct? Or the
oh yes, I'm sorry. I couldn't see through the mirror. Yeah, so the so the total requests when departments submitted those were 11.7, and of those 11.7, all of the yeses that you saw on the list were that 8 million. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you clarifying that. Just a reminder of our fund balance and our reserve policy. We keep a variety of reserves. Some of those are reserves that we have established, and some of those are required by law, like the Tabor Reserve. And within special funds, additional reserves can be maintained according to adopted policies. And any of the expenditures of reserves are required to be approved by City Council. So in the previous slide, I mentioned that if we do include all of the yes items, we anticipate having to use about 2.4 million of fund balance, and that would be approved by you through the budget resolution. I'm not going to go over through,
I just wanted to ask about the reserve policy. What is the reserve policy, like the ratio that you use?
Well, we have a couple of different, so this slide goes through and explains how those are calculated. So we have the Tabor Reserve, which is very simply 3% reserve. Now, not everything is included in that calculation. There are things that we can back out from revenue numbers, like grant revenue, for example. So Tabor is the one that we are required to do. Then City Council, through policy, has established a safeguard reserve, and they have established an operating reserve. On top of those, we have fund balance that is unassigned that you have the ability to utilize, and I'll be talking about that on the next slide. Each of the reserves identify the purpose in which it could be used for, and again, that would require approval by City Council.
Thank you, Cheryl. I'm so sorry I got ahead of you.
No problem. Okay, so I just wanted to recap. This was presented as with the 2021 audit, but this is how our year ended 2021. So here looks at those levels of reserves that I just mentioned. So under restricted, you'll see the Tabor Reserve there is 3.7 million. 2K capital outlay, that's the 2K fund balance that has built up over time of 16.7. Under unassigned is really where you want to focus your attention, because that's the area where City Council has discretion to use those funds. So total unassigned balance at the end of 2021 ended up just shy of 90 million. Of that 90 million, 65 million was truly available for City Council to make some decisions on using those funds, because within the unassigned, there are those safeguard and operating reserves that I just mentioned from the previous slide. So the 2021 audited fund balance ended up at about $115.5 million. This next slide, I wanted to show you what has happened so far in 2021, again at the discretion of City Council by ordinances that have been passed. So here I carried forward that 65 million available that I indicated City Council could use. These are the various ordinances, or we did identify a small portion that we thought we would need to balance the 2020 current year budget. So you can see that quite a bit of that available fund balance has been identified for various uses throughout the year. The largest ones, most notably the Buffalo Run expansion, 13.6 million, and the reappropriation, 12.3. That number was so large because, as you recall, we recommended that you put the 11.6 million from 2021 audit revenue into the CIP for potential future criminal justice center, for lack of a better word. I don't know what the official project would be called if that is decided, but that's why that was so high. So really, taking all of those things into consideration, we're talking about now of about 30.9 million in available fund balance that you could make future you could identify future projects for using. And then below it has the 2K balance. So it ended 2021 at 16.2 million. In the 2022 current year budget, we identified about 10.6 million to be used. So that shows you that fund balance is separate than regular general fund balance. Everybody good there? Okay, I'll keep going. So now I want to jump into this document here is referred to as our source and use. So it identifies the revenues that are projected to come into the city and then starts to subtract the various expenditures. So at the top, it identifies all of the general fund revenues, the transfers that would come from the water acquisition fund and the 2K allocation, which is our 2K O&M policy. So we anticipate those to be about, just over 121 million. Under primary government, those are those base budgets that I talked about that were established throughout those meetings with departments. So you can see what each department needs to operate the operations of their various divisions within the department. And then you get down to the transfers. There are a lot of transfers that go out of the general fund primarily for debt. You can see those debt items broken out, and then there's a small transfer to the Housing Authority and the elected officials retirement fund. When that is all totaled up, that is a little over 105 million, therefore leaving about 15.8 million available revenues in excess of expenditures. This breaks down the 2K component of that. So this would be the 1% sales tax, the revenue generated from the pool, the rec centers, worked through the O&M policy to show you that in 2K, we identify that, or anticipate that there would be about 11.4 million left over before we get to now talking about the 2023 requests. This is a combination of that 2K breakout of the revenue and expenditures. 2K debt is taken from that 1%. It's not part of the regular general fund revenues and expenditures. So then this brings us to kind of the culmination of all of that. So as I mentioned, the general fund, before we start talking about the added requests, be about 11.5 million, 11.4. When we subtract out, you have passed a reappropriation ordinance, a first round and a second round. So we then had to incorporate what the full year impact of that would be in 2023. So that reflects those numbers. If we add in the preliminary yes items on the requests, and then we do anticipate a larger increase on our health insurance renewal. I've been working with Armando and HR to determine what that number is. So we have added a placeholder because he is still working with them to determine the overall impact, but we've added a placeholder, and then we do anticipate needing about 2.4 million to fund the 2023 CIP projects. With all of that considered, that is where we come up with a negative of 2.4 million. So we would then have to use fund balance to cover all of those. Likewise with CIP, about 4.4 million left over. We anticipating using some for CIP as well, which would leave about an add of 174,000 to the 2K component. Yes?
For items like the health insurance premium, potential for that to go up, are those things that we shop? Is that something that you guys can do can we do that as a city? Shop for better premiums, or is it?
Yep. HR works with our third-party administrator each year to try to solicit the best bids, if you will. Now, not every year does the city go out and shop necessarily because it's not really advantageous to do that too often, but they certainly will do that if we're seeing, that things are just coming in too high, and the city has done that multiple times throughout the years. So they usually tell us initially that the renewal is going to start high, and we have found that through their efforts throughout that process, it does usually come in lower than their worst case scenario that they gave us. We anticipate by end of August that we will know for sure what those numbers are, but for purposes of this discussion tonight, we at least wanted to account for what we hope to be the worst case scenario.
Great, thank you. And then one more question before you move on. The slide that had the totals for the reserve funds, those three, is that total, or that's what was reserved in that budget year for each of those funds? It's back a few. Yeah. So the designated safeguard operating, and then are those totals what was reserved in 2021 towards those, or is that the total balance of each of those?
It's actually both. So it is the 115.5 is the total general fund balance at the end of 2021 after all activity has been recorded. Then within that 115.5 million, each of those line items is what is set aside for each of those purposes.
Okay.
And then some of those, so for example, the Tabor Reserve is really a book entry. It's a required accounting entry. We have to reserve that by law. But if we don't ever have to go into that fund, then when we calculate it at the end of 2022, we update the number. So if that makes sense. So some of them continue to move based on the revenue and expenditure activity of the year and the overall fund balance.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so here we wanted to be able to show you the work of that base budget variance change in those meetings with departments. And while I won't go through every one, it does show you what the 2022 adopted budget was and then what the 2023 base is being set for the new year by department. So you can see, you know, in most cases, it was not a large change. And in some cases, a few of the departments did go down. And that is through the thorough analysis of every single line item and what has been spent. And we, you know, took a look at kind of the 3-year activity and actuals to determine what was really needed. And, you know, those were really good conversations with departments that we had and an interactive process, even though finance starts the work and gives them the initial report to look at. This was meant to just provide a highlight of what some of those variances were. In most departments and in most cases, it was due to salary and benefits changes within the departments. That can change just by staff getting additional increases each year, or as people leave the organization, new hires, there's changes in, you know, what the salary offering is. Some of them were contractual increases or decreases. The allocations that come from the internal service funds can change each year depending on what equipment, you know, the various departments are using. So we just really wanted to provide you a high level and certainly can answer, you know, any detailed questions that you have, but wanted to, you know, let you know what some of them were. So now we're going to jump into the actual requests themselves. So that previous slide mentioned the total requests when they came in was 11.7 million. Some adjustments were made to the original numbers, and I think we indicated that on the council communication, because if you look at a form, you might see a different number than really ended up on the spreadsheet. And the reason for that is once all of the requests are received, we then get those out to all of the right departments to kind of take that, you know, look and refine those numbers. So HR looks at positions to make sure that the right salary and benefits were used. IT looks at all the IT requests to make sure that people calculated the right costs for equipment, et cetera. So that's why some of those numbers get changed. So based on that, then those adjustments, that brought that number down to about 10.7 million. And this is just a chart to show you what that total was by department. These slides are the actual requests. We put them in department order with the title, the type of request. We identify each request as a different name of a form depending on what is being represented, and then the amount and that decision of yes, no, or maybe. I'd like to explain a little bit about how that process and how that decision came to be. So once these lists are compiled, finance will get that information out. We sent those out to Roger, Kathy, and Jason. They take a look at that initial list, and based on conversations they are having with their departments, they came up with kind of the preliminary recommendation. Then on July 15th, we had an all-day budget meeting with departments where they had an opportunity to come in and go through requests, talk about the yes, no, maybes, kind of prioritize based on what they felt they were hearing was the need, what they needed to be able to meet that need. And based on those interactions with the department, departments, the list was refined, some yeses or nos changed, and then ultimately at the end of the day, this is where we ended up with the yes, nos, and maybes. And so each department had that opportunity to go through those requests. In those meetings, it is interactive. Sometimes requests are withdrawn because things have changed since the original request came in, but they do get that opportunity to really defend their position and the need that they have. I didn't necessarily plan to go through every yes, no, or maybe, so I don't know if per slide, if you want to address questions or if you want me to continue on and you want to ask questions at the end. We are certainly going to try to answer your questions, and you see the whole room here. They're also available to come up and provide additional information. The request forms that do provide justification were included in your packet. So I'm open to handling that however you prefer.
So we hear from the community about various issues, and in many cases, it seems like the response would be to increase staff or some other or perhaps increase equipment, that kind of thing. In the planning department, if people are waiting a long time, for example, to get their stuff processed, it would seem that another planner would make sense unless we have already approved that. Maybe we did that in the extra budget appropriations that we did towards the end of the year. I know that people have been really interested in more cleanup on city streets in terms of weed cleanup, on property that belongs to the city. Are those things covered? Because when I see a no, I don't mind yeses. I like the yeses. We have $89 million that we can do something with. So when I see a no, then I worry that we're saying no to something that we actually need in order to function, as we were discussed earlier today, a high-performing government.
Right. It's a great question, and I will tell you that part of how we get to our yes, no, maybe is we are trying to use the available resources that we have, right? So each year, if you continue to draw from fund balance in years that you really need it, it may not be there. So that's one of the considerations. Other parts of the consideration are, though, when we send the information out to departments and tell them to fill out the budget requests, they have a month to submit those. I believe that they have been taking the information they have been hearing at city council meetings, the information they're hearing from the community, the information that is submitted through the online portal where they can report, incidents that happen. I believe they're taking all of those, and that's how they're identifying what they need to submit as a request. Does everything 100% get accounted for? I can't guarantee that. The nice thing about that is, and a really good thing to remember, is that yes, this is what we want to recommend for the 2023 budget, but as you've seen with the 2 reappropriation ordinances that just came to you, there are other opportunities throughout the year to address some of those one-offs that may be due to the timing of the budget process or something that comes up in October that they didn't know about in May happens. There are other opportunities to be able to address some of those. I agree some of the no's might impact service levels or other things, and that's where we're really looking to you to have this conversation and share this information with you. And this is our recommendation. Not until September 12th at the end of that budget retreat are we expecting, okay, we've got our marching orders, we now know what is fully approved, and we're going to then bring that forward to you to approve in the budget resolution. Does that answer your question? Okay. Does anybody else have questions about specific yes, no, or maybes? we tried to provide information. So, for example, on this slide, there are two that, they were approved in reappropriation. And so that might be, that could be an example of why it says no here on a 2023 request, because it really was already accounted for. So then it becomes part of, that base budget going forward. So one of the things that I did want to address when I presented information to you at the council retreat in February, I know there was a lot of concern about the economy and what impact it was going to have to our budget. So I wanted to make sure that I addressed that. We have been watching this all year long. In the June report that we prepared, the financial report that we prepared and sent out, you can see that so far this year we are in alignment with our budget, which is really good news. Now that does not mean that there aren't line items that have been impacted, certainly, and we are watching those. Councilman Ford, I think you very specifically brought up the fuel line item. That is definitely one where we have seen an increase. So that is part of that base analysis, and we did increase that line item. If you look at inflation, it isn't across the board, so raise every line item by that percentage. When we go through our audit, part of what they are having us do is looking at revenue and expenditure analytics. So if our budgeted amount is really out of whack with our actuals, then they will make us provide documentation on why that was. So we do want to keep our budget as close to alignment with what we believe, we are going to need. But then, like I said, if we do find, like with fuel, for example, that we didn't budget enough, because of the work that Pam and Chris are doing each month, reviewing department budgets, getting their reports to them, and having those interactive discussions with them, we can identify some of those individual things and address them. And that might mean a supplemental appropriation. It might mean doing a budget amendment, moving dollars from one line item that is not using all of their budget to that line item. So I do want you to know that we have been watching that. It is nice that we are right where we need to be so far this year. You'll be getting the July report probably this week or next, and you're going to see that for July as well. We're in alignment, and we're right at the percentage that we should be for this portion of the year expended, which is good news. Not every agency is experiencing that. We do stay in close contact. I am in very close contact with all my finance director peers, and we're always comparing notes on what are your revenues looking like, what line items are you having issues with, how much of an increase are you going to do here, and then also keep in mind that whenever there are salary vacant or position vacancies, there's always room within budgets because of those types of vacancies that happen that can also help cover, some kind of line item that is now spiking. But I did want to address that because that was a specific concern that you mentioned at the retreat. So I wanted you to know that we heard you and we are watching that, and we will continue to refine numbers going forward if we see that there's a problem. So this slide shows you that if you add all those yeses, this is how we came up with the $8 million. We do have those couple of maybes on the list that if you have input that you want to share with us about those, we are open to that. Those are the ones that we would probably look at first compared to the no's. But again, that's really up to your direction and discretion. So we just wanted to show that there are various options to balancing a budget, right? We could approve only the base budget and not consider any of the additional requests, and then we are within our available resources and the revenues that are identified. You can approve the base budget plus the yeses is what we have recommended to you, which would be using that $2.4 million in fund balance. Or you can do some other combinations. You could do just base budget and new positions, base budget, yeses and new positions, you know what I mean, a modification. There really are, different scenarios that we could do depending on, is your desire to not use fund balance at all to balance the budget? Are you good with the 2.4 million, et cetera? I'm sorry.
Typically, I think in the last 4 years, I can't think of a time where the city came in over budget or under revenue. We've always ended up with a surplus at the end of the year, some years more than other years. Is the need to draw from the general fund to fund the 2023 budget based on very conservative estimates, and we're just posturing? Or, I mean, I feel like the money that you say that we're going to need to pull from the general fund, you're going to make up in revenue and good budgeting and to begin with. So is it just an academic exercise just to make sure that the budget balances before the beginning of the year?
Well, there is a piece of an academic exercise because we do by law have to present a balanced budget. We have always taken a conservative approach to budgeting revenues, and I'm happy to say that our conservative approach usually has been lower than actuals that have come in. Because of that, we have become less conservative over the years, not tipping the scale too aggressive. Last year our revenues were significantly over, but that was really because of the audit revenue that came in. So there's an area where it really is hard to project what's going to happen. So I certainly would not feel confident in sitting here and telling you that we're going to pull in that much audit revenue this year when that hasn't been something that we have seen historically. So we back that number out. So, we have never been 100% spot on. I don't know any agency who has. If there were, believe me, I would be having conversations with them, asking them about their model. But yeah, some of it is about being conservative. Also, at this stage of the game, there are a few things that are still going to change. And when we started the budget process, we only had a couple of months of revenues in to really even be able to assess the impact for 2022, knowing the things that were going on in the economy. So every month that goes by, now we have a little bit more data, and we will continue to refine those numbers and get closer. So tonight I'm telling you, based on the numbers that we have in the preliminary, we believe it's going to be about 2.4 million. By the time we come in September, it might be 1.5 million. Or if I see something that, has happened drastically in terms of the economy or things that we're seeing, that number that we need to pull from fund balance is going to go up. You're right. We have been fortunate that in the years that we have budgeted to use fund balance, that has not actually happened. But that has also positioned us to be in a position where we can, we can bring ordinance to you for consideration, and you have the funds to do some of the things like the Buffalo Run expansion, et cetera. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. So this last slide is intended to share with you some of the things that we know are still going to change. The numbers are going to look different the next time we bring them to you. So based on conversations we have with City Council, the few times that we meet with you, those change the numbers. The revenue estimates, like I just said, we'll continue to look at those, and we will continue to move them up or down based on what we're seeing each new month that we have revenue data. Salaries and benefits will continue to change. We will do a final, we call it position budgeting, which is a process within our financial software, and that's where it brings in the latest salaries and benefits based on performance evaluations that have been posted to the system. So we will do that one more time. Any benefit plan increases, we just talked about the potential that our medical benefits could be going up significantly. So we hope that by the end of August we have those numbers and we can incorporate those into what we bring to you in September. The internal service fund allocations. Now that we're talking to you about the 2023 requests, some of those new position requests, for example, have new vehicles that come with them. Those are not incorporated into the allocation, so we need to get those added in. Those are going to make a change. And then last, as I just mentioned, we'll continue to do an analysis of any economic conditions or changes that are necessary, and address those on a line item basis, and those could impact the numbers. So when we bring the information to you at the retreat on September 12th, that will be the last set of numbers that we have to build our book off of and ask for you to adopt in November. Anything that happens after that November adoption would be an appropriation ordinance that we would bring to you to address, specific one-off items that happen after the budget adoption. So as I mentioned, we do have some other dates to bring additional information to you. I'm going to turn it over to Jason Rogers here in a minute. He's going to talk to you about CIP. We do know that on August 22nd, we'll be bringing the legislative budget to you. That's your budget. Your direction to staff is needed. So that night, we will be talking to you for sure about the legislative budget. Are there additional items that you can think of that you want or need us to bring to you to be prepared for the September 12th retreat?
Can you talk for a minute about the NIGID?
What do you want me to address specifically?
So I know we have some 2022 bonds that we were looking at retiring. What are we projecting on action for that mill levy?
So we have the opportunity to pay off the Series 2002. That can happen in December. We have to make a decision and give them 30 days notice. So I do have that scheduled to come to you. You will have to take an action to authorize us to do that early. The principal amount of paying that off is about $6.2 million plus interest. The NIGID does have sufficient fund balance to be able to pay that off, so that series then would be final. Now, you might be thinking that once we pay that off, then we'll be saving that much, on the next year's debt service. That actually does not happen, because if you look at the Series 2013, which then would be the remaining debt service for the NIGID, the debt payment escalates each year. So about the amount of debt service payment that we're paying off for the Series 2002, the Series 2013 bumps up by about that much. It's kind of strange how close it really is, but the 2002s will be fully retired.
Okay, and with the valuation in the district going up, how does that affect the?
Well, you have to keep in mind that anything that we collect in excess of what the debt service is has to be reserved in NIGID fund balance, because it can only be used to pay off debt service. So if the property tax revenue does come in higher than the debt service, then each year at the end of the year, we do a exercise to determine what that excess is, and we would reserve that. Once we have the valuations, which we don't usually receive the preliminary assessment valuation from the county until the end of August, so I'm hoping we'll have that information in and have done some calculations before the September 12th retreat to be able to show you what does that excess really look like, if there is one, which I assume there will be. But I haven't seen the valuation yet to know for sure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I had a question also. In regards to the vehicles, do we know, will they be gas vehicles that will be purchased, or EV electric cars?
Do you want to?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's a great question. Our Public Works Department is already undertaking an analysis and study of our existing fleet and potentially what would that fleet makeup be going forward. So as part of that analysis that will be brought before you all before the end of this year, we'll have a better assessment of what that would look like. But as it currently stands, we're working off of what has been our typical kind of format of mixture of both hybrid and obviously gasoline based vehicles, but we do plan on having a holistic conversation with you all in the near future.
Okay, thank you, because I would hope somewhere in there in the budget you would put more, I mentioned this before, about more charge stations for electrical vehicles and possibly having those at the city buildings as well. Thank you.
In terms of the public safety budget, because of the change in leadership there, and presuming that this budget was prepared by our former chief, is there an opportunity for the interim to weigh in on what might be necessary for the coming budget year?
So the budget submittals were actually done by existing staff. The former chief was away at the academy at the time. The meeting that was held on July 15th, Interim Chief Sadar was present, Dennis Moon, Kirk. They were the ones that were there and present and were able to talk about their requests, defend their positions. I believe, if I remember, I'd have to go back, but I think all of the police department asks were funded with an initial yes. So I believe that current staff were able to assess what the needs were and feel like everything they needed, wanted was submitted for.
Okay, thank you. Well, and I'm also just curious because we approved so much additional funding for public safety last year. Was that found to be useful? Was there too much? Were they not able to, procure the things they thought they might with that extra funding? And is there a list similar to that one that we received last year, kind of a wish list for public safety for the coming year, or was this really just kind of a base?
I believe they submitted everything that they felt they needed. I have not heard, and I can let them speak to this, but I'm not aware that they had a separate wish list that they wanted but didn't submit. I believe it was all accounted for. In terms of the items that were approved in the 22 budget, I don't know specifically what has been purchased, what hasn't, and the reason for that. I don't know if any of the three of you could speak about that.
Well, and to be clear, I don't need line items. I was just curious for some feedback, but was that useful? And is there a wish list out there?
It was.
Yep.
The money that was appropriated in 2022 or in 2021 for 2022, and then the supplementals that came in were very generous. We were able to maximize most of that. And candidly, that's why a lot of our asks for 2023 are fairly small. We are in the process of, right now we're trending about 2.5% under budget for the year. So we're reallocating some of how we're looking at things we pulled some things off of reappropriation to make purchases this year with existing dollars. And really our big asks are always in personnel issues, and we're still waiting on some data to make some better decisions about staffing going forward. But candidly, right now, we're just trying to catch up with vacancies. So that's part of why we didn't have huge asks for 2023. It would have been irresponsible for us to tie up other city dollars from other departments. So I hope that answers your question, but if you want something more specific, I can certainly give that to you.
That's helpful. One thing I would ask, and I didn't catch it as you were flipping through the slides, but was there an ask for retention bonus money or signing bonus type of funding?
We did not ask for signing bonus money. Some of our peer agencies that we've looked at are struggling with whether or not that's actually successful. A couple of the agencies in the metro area have been somewhat successful at signing bonuses. At least one other agency that we've talked to found it to be a disaster, where they've brought people in, they've taken the money, and then within 18, 20 months, they're gone. So where we're trying to kind of focus with respect to retention is, and we'll have to work with HR on this, is probably looking at where we bring people in on the pay scale, ultimately over a lifespan that's going to be much more valuable than the initial signing bonus. And that's one of the things where we can kind of differentiate ourselves from other peer agencies. With respect to retention bonuses, there was some conversation brought up by another council member last week about some of those issues, and we're certainly happy to look at what we can do with existing flexibility within this year's budget. I think that'd be a positive thing, but that stuff I'd have to talk to my peers in the city manager's office about.
Thanks, that's helpful too. And then one last question, since you're here, and it's not specifically budget related, but in terms of recruitment, what's our engagement with the veteran community?
I'd really like to direct you to our website. We've engaged a private vendor for a pretty aggressive recruiting process. We're doing both. We're doing a tremendous amount of social media outreach and then directing them to a landing page where we have a bunch of recruitment information. And in the specific to veterans, we obviously offer some preference points in the process as an opportunity to attract veterans. We haven't specifically sent recruiting teams out to military posts. We found that it's much easier to saturate the area with recruiting information and then attract from a broad base. We're also trying to really focus on diversifying the department and and that's really where a little bit more of our emphasis has been. So we've been tapping into institutions of higher education and a broader social media impact. But we do honor veterans with the preference points, which obviously then kicks them up over people who have not yet served.
Thanks so much.
Sure.
One question, does the budget put SROs back in the schools?
We are absolutely budgeted for SRO positions. Our issue with that right now is getting our basic patrol staffing up to a sufficient level where we can bring that back. And then 27J has been real open with talking to us about that. Adams 14 is obviously still in a little bit of a challenging position with respect to their notions about SROs and their ability to staff that correctly or to fund that correctly. And candidly, it's not that big of a deal. We have the funding to hire them. It's when we get SRO money from the school district, it's really a reimbursement. So that's not a huge issue for us. Right now, it's just a base hiring issue. But yes, we are absolutely funded for those positions.
Good.
Thank you. Since you're up here, I've had a few questions. I don't think we got to this slide, but since you're standing here, I'm just curious, did the past chief or you were involved in this current budget now that we're reviewing?
Emergency Manager Dominic, Dennis Moon, and myself were all heavily involved in this specific budgeting process.
Okay, thanks. Because I'm just curious, I was reviewing from last year's budget. It said there was 10 police officers in that budget, 4 patrol sergeants, 4 police city marshals, and have they all of those positions been filled?
Before you answer that, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Everybody on council agree to extend the meeting by 30 minutes? Please answer the question.
Yes, sir. So right now we're sitting at about 47 vacancies across the city within the police department. That also includes non-sworn positions. We're currently sitting at about 29 vacancies on this with regard to sworn officers, and that includes the sergeants and officers and and 2 commander vacancies. That total number includes the 10 officers and 4 sergeants that we were allocated in last year's budget. The reason we only asked for 6 new officers in next year's budget is because we're trying to catch up to that number. I got 2 resignations today from officers that are moving on to other opportunities. So I'm going to assume for the moment that takes our total number of sworn vacancies up to about 29 to 30. That number changes on a weekly basis. So we can only get about 15 people at a time into the police academy. And ironically, our capacity for training new officers is about 15 at a time. So it didn't really seem responsible for us to ask for more officers than that, because if we were lucky enough to fill both the next academies, it would be right at our capacity to hire at this point anyway. I hope that answers your question, ma'am.
Well, sort of, but I'm just confused because if last year there was 10 officers, and then for next year it's 6 police officers, that's $2 million less, but you're going to have less officers. So why is it $2 million less than from last year's budget, and you're going to have less officers?
Well, our ask last year was for more officers. That's why the budget went up. We're asking for less dollars this year, a smaller increase this year, because our total increase, we're asking for fewer new positions. Because candidly, we're fighting just to get up to what we asked for last year.
Okay. So, but you didn't get those 10 officers from last year either, though?
No, we're trying to catch up with existing losses.
Okay. So I was just trying to understand why, if we're trying to recruit more officers, why we cut the budget if we still need, if all those 10 weren't hired.
Well, if I can just answer that question. So because those 10 officers were approved for the 22 budget, those numbers become a part of the ongoing base of the police department. So that $2 million is already a part of their base. So that money stays in for those 10 officers. This new money for the 6 officers will be to get those in, and then that money will continue to carry on into the next year. So they didn't lose $2 million. It's just not in the budget request because it's part of the base budget calculation.
Great. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you.
2 things. I just wanted to reiterate what Mayor Pro Tem Alan Thomas said about electric vehicles. I remember last winter, we had an urgent vote we had to make on a fleet contract. And at that time, we said that we wished we would have had the opportunity to have electric vehicles and the steps that need to happen there. So it's really important to be able to stay on this because another year will have passed while we're still having discussions, even though the council last year asked for that to take place. And the question I have for you, Cheryl, is how is the budget affected by City Hall not being open on a regular basis or being staffed?
Well, I would rely on Public Works to perhaps answer that somewhat, but you know, if the building were completely shut down and utilities and that type of thing were not being used at all, I would think we would see some savings there, but that hasn't been the case. So yes, there are less people here, but the building is still operating. So all of those, you know, lights, all of those things are still on. I don't know if Public Works has done any form of assessment of what the utilities cost in 2020 compared to this year. I mean, as we did our base analysis, we did look at all of those line items, and I can't tell you off the top of my head by line item which one may or maybe was not impacted, but I don't think we've seen a huge savings because we have less people working, because every department has representation every day of the week that I'm aware of. It just might not be like, for example, finance might not have all 30 of our people, but we have 15 people in, so we still need to have the lights on and the computers going and, you know, that type of thing. So,
and if we had needed new equipment for people working outside of the offices, for example, working remotely, would that have come out of CARES Act money then, or was that out of our budget?
So CARES funding did cover a variety of those things, not only the PPE that was needed, but there were some, you know, for example, we had to get more Zoom licenses. We had to, I believe we had, you know, some computer purchases for people that were working remotely that didn't already operate, you know, off of a laptop docking station scenario. So there were some of those costs that were covered by CARES funding.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rogers. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Evening, Council. I'm going to try to step through this rather quickly for you all to get the questions. Obviously, I'm going to take you through the next handful of slides. So thank you very much. So as you all know, the general purpose of our capital improvement preservation program is the city's way to invest in capital improvement efforts ranging around transportation, recreation, and some of the improvements that we provide also helps to heighten general lifestyle for our various residents and or business members in the community. Programmatically, the city has a 5-year program to guide capital expenditures. That would be this time frame of 2023 to 2027, which enables us to be able to provide predictability and a delivery-based approach to maintaining and improving capital and public infrastructure. But tonight's really just going to be a focus on the 2023 project recommendations. As I noted earlier, we have a 5-year summary that's in the very back of your supplemental section of this presentation, slide 50. But generally, projects will end up in 3 different categories. Traditional projects, which look like our roadway widening projects, our operational projects, such as ADA compliance, and then preservation projects, which are more akin to long-term maintenance. So think of traffic signal maintenance, think of pavement management, being as some of the big ones that do come to mind. On this slide, you will find various funding sources that we collect or work closely with other agencies in securing grants. I would call out the Adams County Open Space as one of those partnerships with seeking funding in support of our various projects. What represents a small percentage, but it's not identified on this list due to the variability and the volatility of grant funds from state and federal agencies. However, when we are able to secure it, it does provide a benefit to the organization, and it allows us to repurpose existing dollars elsewhere within the program. As you all were just hearing from Cheryl early on in the presentation about 2K, in 2013, voters approved that 1% sales and use tax increase to fund at that time about $144 million worth of capital improvements. Once again, we've commonly known that as the 2K projects. As the slide states, initially 2K funding was dedicated to about 5 major projects chosen by residents and council. As a result of discussions that occurred at the winter retreat this year and subsequently at a study session in March, council identified additional projects to utilize the remaining bond capacity. Additionally, at the winter retreat, council asked us as staff to present a thoughtful process in identifying projects when we're coming around the table tonight. So what you find on this slide is the CIPP process team's way of how we came to evaluating what you all will be taking action on in September as it relates to CIPP projects. Kind of just diving back into the CIPP process team, that's a collection of both internal and external service staff that took both a quantitative and a qualitative approach to identifying projects for council's consideration. It was initiated as far as kind of a stepped process to kind of be able to, help make you all be able to make an informed decision. The initial step was identifying projects based into 3 different tiers: safety or statutory requirement, required by law, necessary for meeting basic safety requirements, up to standard, need to be able to meet the level of standard set by the city, and or before it actually gets triggered into that tier 1, a safety requirement or need. And then the final tier being new or top of class, and the simplest way of being able to think about that is being a role model for the front range on, once again, practices that allow for us to be a little bit more forward-thinking and progressive. In addition to that, as a next layering on top of the tier, staff then applied 10 scoring criteria ranging from addressing council city goals and objectives to also taking advantage of outside funding, and then to that last criteria, popular support. What may not be as clear on the screen but is in your packets and obviously posted online is the various projects that were identified in 2023 based on tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. What you find on the 2023 recommended project slides is a breakdown of those projects into the 3 categories of either preservation, operational, or traditional. And then at the end of the day, what you find as the total amount of projects recommended for approval at that 17.48 and some odd change million. Before closing with a couple of highlights, you might have noticed, and I'll go back to the slide, right at the top, tier 1, 62nd Avenue and Vasquez intersection, Mile High Greyhound Park being a $2 million funding request in need. That is a statutory requirement for the 62nd Vasquez intersection improvements, which is tied to the larger I-270 Vasquez project. We as the city are partnering with CDOT and are required to have undertaken this project by June 2023. That's the day we have to have a shovel in the ground or then we have to work through alternative means to be able to ensure that we're meeting the overall project's deadline. As I stated earlier, right, due to the variability when we're thinking about federal grants or state funds, it may present us with opportunities to be able to repurpose. As previously shared in other updates, we are in the running for about $4.775 million from the House of Representatives, which has been supported by Perlmutter's office for this very project. It is our hope that as it has made its way out of the House, it is now in with the Senate, and that if it's approved by the Senate, this would allow for us then to repurpose that $2 million that's been identified in the CIPP to go to another project, either for this year or, once again, to be able to bank and to be able to provide for future dollars for projects in 2024, 2025, 2026, and so on. So kind of going back to this, obviously, we are continuing to work with Rosemary widening funding. We are also receiving a local match for CDOT widening at the 104th Avenue between US 85 and the South Platte River. We are continuing to work with the construction funds for Highway 2 median barriers, and then we are continuing to work through various railroad crossing replacement and or street reconstruction. And with that, that brings me to the end of the CIPP and open for any questions or comments that you all might have.
I don't see any questions or comments.
Okay, so just to recap, we will be back in front of you on August 22nd. We will be bringing the detailed legislative budget to you for discussion and consideration so that you can provide direction to staff. My team has been taking copious notes, so we will look at those and any of the additional items that you brought up. We will bring forward additional information at that time if we have it available by then. If not, it will remain on the list and we will add that to the September 12th retreat. If there are additional items that you do want us to bring to you to look at or provide additional information on the 22nd, please just let us know that.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Cheryl. I just had a couple questions that I wanted to just mention. On slide 14, you had mentioned, well, it was on there about Paradise Island, and there's a lot of money being spent on that area, and I was just curious, do you know if everything is going to be repaired and operating before it reopens next year?
I'm going to ask Carolyn Keith to join us and talk about that.
Would like to clarify, Mayor Pro Tem, are you referring to the spray ground feature at Pioneer? Because I'm not aware of any items that have forced us to close any parts of Paradise Island. The spray ground is the feature that's outside of Paradise Island in Pioneer Park, and I know that recently there were some questions about the spray feature.
Well, my question is like on slide 14, I'm just wondering, like where it says Paradise Island, it's was that 1,260,000. So what is all of that going towards, and will everything be repaired, you know, by the time it reopens next year? It's on slide 14.
Yep. Thank you for clarifying the number that you were looking at. That 1.2 million is actually the revenue generated at Paradise Island. So the top portion of the source and use document, the top is revenues, bottom is expenditures. So that is the estimated revenue we project for Paradise Island. And then down below, you'll see under financial uses for Paradise Pool, the 783, that is the standard operating expenditures for that amenity for the year.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And there were a couple of capital repair items in the reappropriation that will be taking care of a couple of projects, but it hasn't prohibited us from having Paradise Island open.
Thank you, Carolyn. And then one other question. It's not necessarily for Parks and Rec, so thank you, Carolyn. But okay, on slide 27, it mentioned also about street signs, more funding for street signs. And were all the street signs put up from last year? Because we've been continuously, the mayor and council has been requesting solar flashing stop signs, like on locations such as Olive and 64. So was that all the ones from last year that were budgeted? Were they all installed?
Are you referring to the line item that says street sign materials for 20,000?
Yeah, on slide 27.
Yeah, I just want to make sure
Yes,
we're referring to the same line.
Yeah, yeah, that's the one I'm referring to.
So, thank you for the questions, ma'am. So I'll go in reverse order. So with respect to the flashing stop sign and information, staff has provided me with some analysis with respect to that request, and I can get that out to the council as to, I would say, some of the policy considerations that this council would need to take with respect to those operations. And I do plan on hoping to get that information out to you all. With respect to the street signs, and I'm looking to my colleague, Mr. Wilson, to make sure that I do not misspeak, that the request for street signs is obviously with respect to the traffic maintenance and the increased maintenance, upkeep, and or turnout, replacement, in addition to as we're bringing on new streets with new development that's occurring throughout the development cycle as we're, as you know, bringing on new neighborhoods, that we're able to have those street signs installed necessary. But he gives me the thumbs up.
So we don't know when, and then you said new neighborhoods, but what about the like I said, I don't feel my question was answered. Were all the signs installed yet from last year that were budgeted for? And we keep hearing it's going to be coming, but I would like to know when, and also like the ones we've been continuously requesting.
I'm not familiar with the line item that you're specifically referring to, so if you just give me a moment.
Yeah, it says street sign materials.
Yeah, as Deputy Rogers had indicated, we basically have a requirement, an ongoing requirement to replace and maintain the existing signage that we have within the community. The signage to meet the illumination and reflectability criteria, there's actually a standard that we have to meet, and once that gets diminished, those signs need to be replaced. So over time, more and more within our community, those signs need to be replaced on a recurring basis. They typically would last anywhere between 7 and 9 years, depending on the weather and the circumstances. So that specific line item refers to those types of materials for those projects. We've also been in the process at the intersections replacing the fluorescent signage with LED signage. For example, the street names, the signage for that. That's an ongoing project that we have in place, and we're continuing on with that effort as we go from year to year.
Okay, but I'm not necessarily talking about replacing signage. I'm also talking about new signage, like that area on 64th and Olive. Is that, and then like there's several places on Monaco, and with solar lighting. Is that in the budget also?
We have several of those projects are under evaluation by our transportation engineer, and he makes the recommendation for us as to what we'll do. Several of those projects. We have studies in place to figure out what's the best configuration in terms of combination of signs and their type of uses for the intersections to meet those standards. So those are all actively being studied, and determinations will be made on how to best implement the correct signage package, if you will, for those intersections.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. While you're here, do you have enough money in the budget to take care of the city parking strips and the medians and so forth to keep those mowed down and beautiful looking?
I don't think it's necessarily a function of the money. It's a matter of the staffing that we have to be able to get to all those. We have a level of service standard, so our goal is to maintain them at a certain level of service. And unfortunately, a lot of times we get taken off task with different requirements that we have to meet. For example, the last 3 days we've had to deal with the excessive rains and things like that. So that's an ongoing battle for us. What we've recently done is we're particularly with our parks people, which also support the streets people who maintain those medians, is that our budget, we had 32 positions, for example, for VHEs. We're transitioning 12 of those into full-time positions so that we can maintain a higher level of service, that we actually have staff here. One of the challenges with VHEs is keeping a full complement of VHEs available. For example, we have 32 positions, and we can't seem to get over the threshold, if you will, of 22. So we're constantly at a deficit of at least 10. So having that delta in terms of a loss of man hours is a significant limiting factor for us to be able to get to all the different requirements we have in a timely manner. So we're hoping by adding a couple additional positions in streets, a couple of additional positions in parks, and transitioning 12 of those VHEs into full-time positions that will better able us to meet those requirements and keep up on the level of service that we're committed to for the city.
Thank you.
I guess I'm not. There I am. Thank you, Mayor. I did have a question on something about Paradise Island. So is Carolyn still around? Or did she sneak out?
No, she just walked back and spun a circle.
Of course. So our family was at Paradise Island on Saturday, it was Saturday. It was great. But I did notice that some of the water features are kind of fading. So is there any possibility of budgeting for like refinishing, or do those have to be replaced, or how does that work?
I'm going to tell you, I'd like to look into it and get back with you.
Oh, okay.
It was designed such that some of the elements could be replaced, exchanged out so you can give a different feel. I honestly don't know if the elements can be refurbished or you replace them. Okay. So we can certainly look into that and get that information back to you.
Great, thank you. Sure. And then I had one other question, but this is not for you, Carolyn. So, oh, okay. Do you want me to finish, or you want? Okay. I've just noticed that in some of the different rooms where you meet, that the furniture is starting to look a little bit shabby, and I was wondering if there's any possibility of like getting some of the arms replaced on the chairs, or refinishing the table, or it's just deteriorating, and I just wondered if there was any money for either replacement or refinishing.
There have been funds over the years for various furniture replacement. I don't recall if there's specifically money set aside for the 2023 for that purpose. So that is something that my staff can certainly take a note of, and we can verify that and bring that answer back to you.
That was actually one of the things I was going to ask about too, so thanks for doing that. And my specific request was for the chairs on the dais, in addition to some of the things that Councilmember Douglas mentioned. Some of those are very dangerous. I about get thrown out of mine every other week. But on Paradise Island, if Carolyn is still, there she is. I'm a little confused about your response that everything's operational at Paradise Island, because we got an email on August 1st from Annette from the city manager's office talking about all of the things that aren't running, including the splash pad, but also the blue slide is out of service and some upcoming closures for other maintenance items, and then long lead supply chain issues for replacement parts. And then this one just caught my eye, that were staffing issues, and how, I think the system it's referring to is the splash pad, but does not automatically turn itself on and chemicals would have to be checked daily to safely operate the splash pad. So I'm a little concerned that we're just not operating it because of a staffing issue, and I'd like some clarity.
So the splash pad is outside of the fence in Pioneer Park, and the operational issues are not related to staff. Early in the year, the spring before we opened, we had some significant vandalism in what is the pump pit, the operational, to the point that those were parts that we were waiting on. We got things up and operating, but then we continued to have some other problems. So you fix one thing and then it kind of led to another. Mm-hmm. I do know we thought replacing a control panel would take care of things. It really hasn't. To be honest, we're doing an evaluation, and in a report that we've put together, we're looking at the long-term needs. The spray ground is getting to be older. It's well over 10 years old. But that vandalism really put us behind the curve there. We certainly may have had some features that were waiting on parts at Paradise Island, but my comment was more in general. We weren't closing down the entire pool or like all of the slides. There may have been a slide that wasn't operational for part of the period of time. But I do know that we've had some concerns expressed via social media about the spray feature at Pioneer Park.
Thanks for the feedback. Specifically, this closure that's coming on August 14th, they're referencing severe lifeguard shortage as the reason?
Okay. So many of the outdoor pools in the metro area close when they're high school, when their school districts go back to school. We hadn't done that in the past. When we first opened the pool, we didn't have a challenge with lifeguards. We do have a challenge. We managed our challenge with the reservation system this summer, but this is the first time, and we will, moving forward, close our pool, the outdoor pool, and encourage people to use the indoor pool when the majority of our staff go back to school. And what would happen that August 14th, we would be open on a weekend, but we still struggled and couldn't really keep staff to keep that open. So it's not an uncommon closure if you were to check the other outdoor pools. Denver might be a little bit different, but they don't go back to school until the very end of the month. But most of our staff comes from high school age.
Let me interject for a second. Council, any objections to another 30 minutes? Great, thank you.
I think that's all. I kind of echo the sentiment. I do echo the sentiment I believe Mayor Pro Tem was making regarding Paradise Island, and if more money is needed, I want to see our amenities function well and look good. And so certainly would hope that you would request that if that's what's needed.
I will commit to making sure we take a look at all of those items.
Thank you.
Councilmember Noble?
Yes, ma'am.
The Senior Commission has visited other senior facilities, and there were inquiries about transportation. And I wondered what kind of vehicles Parks and Rec has for transporting Commerce City residents. How many vehicles you have?
Well, we have a program through Senior Resource Center for individual transportation for seniors, for instance, from their home to the recreation center, from their homes to what I understand, like shopping for groceries, for doctor's appointments, those types of things. The vans that the city owns, we use those specifically for programming for people of all ages. Our youth programs use those, especially in the summer. But all of the programs and trips that our seniors or anyone takes, that's what we use the majority of that transportation for. I'd have to get back with you, honestly. I'm not sure if we have.
Okay, that's all
4 or
right.
5.
I know that Madonna Plaza specifically isn't too far away from the senior center, but the residents aren't able to make the walk. Because of constraints on sidewalks, which I hope we have in our budget too, that we're getting our sidewalks fixed. So we're looking at ways to deal with that. We'll talk offline. Thank you.
Sure. And we can make sure that they have the Senior Resource Center, the information on available transportation.
That would be great.
Any other comments, questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. And I realized a few other questions that I had. And Cheryl, I'm just curious, do you know how many code enforcement officers, inspectors do we have currently?
I don't know specifically, but I believe Mr. Tolbert is coming to tell us.
Okay.
I get confused with it, but I think we have 7 positions. We're short. I think we have 1 vacancy right now. We just hired a couple of people, and then we're requesting another position, which will give us a lot better coverage when we do.
Okay, because if I'm correct, I believe in 2015, there was 12 code enforcement officers, or do you know, is that correct?
That was well before my time, and I do not, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, does anyone on staff know?
I don't know the number, but we could certainly go back and verify that information. You said 2015?
Yeah, well, from what I'm aware of, I believe in 2015, there was 12 code enforcement officers, and our population was less than 45,000, and as of today, we're almost double that population. So looking on slide 22, it said there's a no for the code enforcement supervisor, so I'm just wondering, why can't we put more money, since there's a no for a supervisor, to hire another code enforcement inspector?
Further up on the list, you will see there is a code enforcement inspector that is a yes. So it's a yes to the inspector, a no to the supervisor. So we are adding 1.
But that's what I'm asking, since you're not, I think they're really short of help, but so since there's a no to the supervisor, why can't you put that funding towards another inspector? I see the one above it, but I'm talking about the field supervisor.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, because I think I feel that's really important to the city, and like I said, I did a ride-along with one of the code enforcement officers, and they are really overwhelmed, and I would like to see, possibly, since this field supervisor is a no, then create possibly another inspector position.
Okay.
Thank
you. We'll bring that information back.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, well, thank you very much, Ms. Carsons. Appreciate your work that has gone into this, all your staff. Thanks to all the staff that's here tonight. Good to see you all. It's been a while. Thanks for being here with us this evening. Sorry it's so late. Appreciate your dedication. We're going to move on to reports, and I'll invite Acting City Manager Blakeman to make her report.
Okay, we're on the home stretch. Going to jump around here a little bit. We have about a 97% compliance rate in code enforcement, and that's out of 10,314 total cases. So as we had stated before, we're anticipating an additional 17,834 of funding from HUD, and that's for our 2022 grant, and that'll bring our revised grant amount to 440,375. ChargePoint is beginning site visits for EV charging station installations over at MSC, and the Bison Ridge charging station upgrade was completed. VMS boards should have gone out today as it pertains to work starting this upcoming weekend on Quebec Parkway for pavement management and road reconstruction. And staff's also preparing bid work for road construction projects on Elm and Dahlia. Civic Center parking lot camera upgrades will begin as soon as the power issues are resolved and parts have been or have arrived locally. We had a free dump day this last Saturday. Let's see. Staff's been working on numerous illegal dumping cleanups throughout the city that occurred this city. Believe it or not, work is now beginning already on our snow plan for this upcoming year. There will be a few changes coming down the pike. A little bit of updating on that flooding that we had or from the weather situation over this weekend. There were a lot of trees that had come down, and the trees are being moved off the roads. They will be chipped as appropriate, and Streets has various VMS boards that they're preparing for any sort of roadway messaging that needs to happen as it pertains to any of the hazards that are out there. The Fairfax drain was cleared of debris. It is now flowing properly. And staff's working on other flooding issues, including utilizing a pump to reduce some of the water levels. And they're, of course, continuing to inspect routes to ensure that the roadways are safe for all vehicular movement. And as shared last week, pertaining to Bison Ridge, one of the air conditioners had gone out. It was partially restored. It's partially operational. And unfortunately, the last part that's needed in order to complete those repairs is not expected to be in until like 40 weeks from now. But they did procure and install 4 portable air conditioning units to help reduce the cooling capacity there. Music in the Park was this last week. The location was at Allsup Elementary. There was a DJ that was there, and we had about 100 people or so in attendance with 3 food trucks, along with a bouncy house, some yard games, other sorts of activities. And this upcoming Thursday, August 11, will be Groove in Motion at Frontera, and Tuesday, August 16, is going to be the makeup day from the July 28 one that got canceled due to weather, and it's Quemando Salsa at Turnberry. Rick Meyer, the new Director of Public Safety, that will be his title until such time as he becomes post-certified. He's actually attending tonight online, and Greg Sadar is going to be the acting chief, working directly underneath him collaboratively just until such time as he becomes post-certified. And the city attorney's office is helping to assist with paperwork and other sorts of things in order to move that post-certification forward. And that's my update for the evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anybody on council have any questions for Ms. Blakeman? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Ms. Blakeman, I have a question. At the last council meeting last Monday night, I had requested information regarding the homeless camp that's set up at right under I-270 and Sand Creek. And Mr. Rogers informed me the property belonged to CDOT, so they were going to be contacted how to approach that. Have they been contacted yet?
Yes, ma'am, they have been contacted. As we continue to engage with them, it takes quite a while for them to turn things around with respect to their property. What I would share with you is that we are also engaging with them on a collaborative effort that would allow for us to be more assistive in helping those cleanouts and cleanups of those properties, in which once we have some basic terms and conditions as to what that collaboration will be, we'll bring that to the full council. But they have been reached out to. They are aware of the issue and concern and are taking the steps, and we'll make sure to circle up at the next council meeting with where they stand if they have been able to provide us a response.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Eder.
Just want to give you a brief update on the litigation that we're party to against the state with regards to our home rule authority and the attempts to limit that, specifically as it related to the purchase of construction equipment, and depending on what their ultimate use was. As you may recall, that law is expected to go into effect on August 10th. That's Wednesday. I will be attending a hearing tomorrow in Denver District Court with the other attorneys that are plaintiffs to that litigation. We are expecting oral argument to the judge tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, and hopeful of obviously a resolution in our favor, that we will have at least an oral ruling by the end of that hearing, something that we will hope will prevent the House Bill 22-1024 from going into effect on Wednesday. I'll be reporting back to you as to what occurs at that meeting tomorrow. Of course, ask you to keep your fingers crossed on that one. That's the biggest thing I want to make you aware of at this time, and I'm happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Hader? Thank you very much. Any council members wish to make a report? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to let everyone know I did attend also the Music in the Park at Allsup last Thursday, and was an enjoyable event. Just was disappointed we didn't get the band, but that's all I had. Thanks.
Councilmember Noble.
I want to thank everyone on staff who took care of all of the problems that arose from the flooding. I came in from Thornton, so I missed all of the big excitement. I was there shopping, as can happen, right? But as I came down 104th and was at Havana, I was the first person to hit the flooding, and my car sailed through. Wheels were not touching the ground. That was pretty exciting. I could see how people drown. There was something going on at the train at 104th. People were flipping U's, so I wound up going up Peoria and ran into two huge, massive trees that had fallen. One of them was on a woman in a vehicle, but the chippers, I guess you would call them, they had been there. They had already taken care of one tree and were consoling the woman. I think she was fine, but she was not yet out of the vehicle. And then 4 more down trees on Chambers. So it was, I can only imagine what was going on all across Commerce City. So thanks to everybody in Public Works for cleaning us up. It was a hurricane of sorts that came through here. I also want to thank staff for reacting quickly to the issues in Buffalo Highlands. Amazingly, in 2 or 3 of their districts, there had been no watering and trees had died in their common areas. But we do have authority over that, and staff responded right away, and next thing you know, the developer was there with new trees and the water was on. So that turned out well, so thanks everyone for that too. And I was at the Employee Appreciation Breakfast last week, and I appreciate all the staff who had been up really late with us the night before. We didn't get much sleep at all in order to get to the breakfast, but it was great to see everyone. There were people here from, in particular, finance and public works and the police department, and of course, human resources. So thank you all for doing it. It was a lot of fun. And thanks to all the staff, too.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So on Tuesday, I was up early as well, and I attended the Youth Commission retreat, and that was really fun. It was fun. Those students are awesome, and it's a joy to be around them. So even though we were out late the night before, I made it and got to spend the day with them, and they really did a great job on planning what's going to be happening for the next year. So I have to commend them on their all their efforts that they put in. Wednesday, I attended the 27J Blue Ribbon Commission meeting. We had our last meeting that night, and we will be making recommendations to the school board, and that will be on the 26th. Thursday was Music in the Park, and Chris Daniels got COVID, and that's why we had to hurry up and find a replacement. And I want to give a shout out to Abe and Angela Ramirez for working so hard on finding somebody, because they had canceled the Music in the Park the week before, and they didn't want to have to cancel another one. So they really worked hard on getting that together, and the DJ was great, and it was really fun. And then if anyone wants really good entertainment, asked for a video of me dancing and biffing it. So I managed to almost face plant, but caught myself, but I recovered quickly. So, but if you do want some good entertainment, ask for that. And then I want to give a shout out to Acting City Manager Kathy Blakeman for her response with, I got calls and texts on all of the destruction from the storm, and she responded quickly and was acting on everything. I do want to mention also, though, the seems like our drainage ditches are not really adequate for handling the weather that we've gotten. So people were really concerned that water was like going to make it into their homes, especially like at Turnberry and then the Greens. So I think that's maybe something that we should look into. Other than that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, Mayor, but I forgot to tell everyone also something really important. Last Tuesday, my husband and I hosted the National Night Out at my father's home, and it was really nice, and just wanted to thank all the officers and first responders that showed up. We had a really good turnout, and I just wanted to give a big shout out to all the first responders that showed up, and then the mayor also attended, and Councilmember Douglas. I just wanted to thank everyone, and all the residents and constituents in my area was very appreciative, and it was and the kids really enjoyed themselves also. So thank you.
Any other council members wish to make a report? All right, I'll be brief. I did try to get out to as many National Night Out events as I could. I'm sorry if I didn't make it to your event. It was starting to get dark by the time I started to get out of there, but I did try to get to as many of them as possible. Thanks for everybody that hosted those events, all the work that went into putting those together, as well as all of our employees that went out there to support and make it a successful evening again for Commerce City residents and for our first responders. That's all I have. We'll see you next week for a regularly scheduled meeting. Have a good night. Have a good week.